Hey guys, Shine here, and today we are playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I am very excited. Anyway, this is your spoiler warning. I don't know if I'll be getting to any of the new content today, but maybe I will. I only remember like how to get 3 of the endings off the top of my head from the original version of the game. After I do those 3, I'm just going to mess around and see if I can trigger anything else to happen. I will try not to use any guides today, but I might end up looking up like the old endings from the original version of the game. Doing pretty good. I finally get to play this game. I'm excited. I've been looking forward to this ever since they announced it was going to be on consoles. So, we will start. How about you? How you doing?
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and
Oh, cool.
in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong.
Oh, I remember
Shocked,
another ending.
Frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay, this will take a bit for me to get used to. I haven't really done a first-person console
All of
game.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
We're going with the easy ending first.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
This time, narrator, you will win.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Funny. Is there any other secrets? I don't know. All of this looks the same from what I remember of the playthroughs I watched. Except more HD. Okay. I will be back.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fancy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him.
Okay.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Yeah.
2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Except for the voice in my head tells me everything.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Guessing is there... No, I guess that's a wall. Okay. The first ending is quick.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I will be back.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Maybe. Oh. Might help if I walk down the path.
Now the monitors jumped to life. Their true
Fired.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Let's see, where is 427? We're right there. Oh, I guess it's not gonna turn... No, it did turn back on. No? Oh, this one.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yes.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
But technically right now it is.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
So
life
I'm just following
utterly
everything you say.
blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Okay. Off.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Yep.
Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, He realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense
Stanley is
possibility
free.
of the new path before him.
Not to do everything
This
in my
was
power to
exactly
not
the
be
way,
free.
Right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, we have beaten the game. 11-minute stream, no. Okay, I would like to...
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Yes.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility?
Exactly.
He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing
I
to do
am
now,
a
Stanley
shut-in.
thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me.
Yes.
Nothing will break me. In here
But
I can
we'll
be
just
happy forever.
type.
I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come.
Yes.
Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Yes.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer.
Exactly.
Here it comes.
Woo, we got the one ending.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I know there's something with the doors. I forget which door I have to click first. You mean? No?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Which door is it?
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy?
Yes!
Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Got it.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
I probably should have been counting.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this trophy to have meant something.
Yeah?
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley.
Okay.
I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost.
Okay.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Where is 417?
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
4-3 back here. 437. Oh.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay, 415. This one?
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Copy machine?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
419. How do we... Come on, let me up. Trying.
Yes!
There we go.
This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
That's right here, right?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Okay, all the way back to the beginning.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
Okay. I remember another thing. Okay, we need to fill that bar. Oh wait, do I... No.
When Stanley came
We're
to a set
doing
of 2 open doors,
the broom closet.
he entered the door on his left.
Where is it? Is it past the meeting room?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I need the broom
Stanley
closet,
decided
man.
to go up to his boss. Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here.
There's
so
plenty
he turned
here.
around and got back on track.
Nah. I'm good. Look, just look at all of these nice tools.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
No, I like the broom closet. This is now my corner.
It was baffling that Stanley was
Just
still
gonna
just
sit
sitting
down.
in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As
I'm
it
good.
is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
It's cozy in here. I'm good.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Yes.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please
It's
offer me
nice.
some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I'm good.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right?
This is a
If I'd
choice.
said Stanley walked past the broom closet. at
Yes,
least you would
yes,
have had
that's
a
what it
reason
is.
for
It's the
exploring
nap
it to
closet.
find out.
I'm down here. See, we have
Because
this box, this nice
closet
box to
is of
sleep on. We're good.
absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe
Only
when
by
you
19
talk about
minutes,
this
don't
with a
worry.
friend, you'll say,
No big deal.
Did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite.
Yes, the broom closet
I hope
ending
your
is
friend finds
amazing.
this concerning. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
No, I'm just comfy in the broom closet. Don't mind
Well,
me.
I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on.
I got the, like,
You're dead.
normal ending where you listen to the narrator, and then I did the door click achievement. And now we're in the broom closet.
Of some sort shut down your central nervous system, and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of
Joke's
your
on you,
countless
I'm playing
human
on PlayStation.
physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
So, do this?
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
I forget if there's any more, if that's the end of the dialogue. I'll sit here for a second. I'm pretty sure that's it, though. I don't think it's an actual ending, it's just like a joke. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
You
office.
do not control me, Mr. Narrator. Is there anything over here? I just want to check. Just notes.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Oh, it's this
All
ending.
my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yep,
Why did
nothing
doors
there.
close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter,
This is
these
true.
rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No,
Oh
Stanley
no,
said to
not
himself,
14%.
"This is all
Quick
too
plug
strange.
in."
This can't be real. And at last, he came to the
Okay.
conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon.
Nah.
Go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Wee.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he
The
remaining
power
so
of lucid
lucid?
dreamers.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head
Yeah.
dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
Welcome
While
back.
he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke
You're
to all
just
people
in time for a
dreams,
mental
the truth
breakdown.
was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Just keep telling yourself that. Ta-da! We are still here. We are trapped.
Stanley began screaming.
Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
I forgot about this
Mariella
part.
woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She witnesses a man die and just leaves him there. Well, yeah, but everyone's lives matter, not just one specific race. I mean, putting one race above everyone else is wrong. So personally, I say everyone matters. No one's more important than anyone else.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Personally, I don't really care about
When
races.
Stanley came to
People
a
are
set of
people.
2 open
Humans are
doors,
humans.
He entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
Okay.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Give me soda. I want something. Or not.
Yes, really, really worth
Oh, no.
being here in the room. A room so utterly captivating, but eager
Hopefully
to get
it's a
back to
tiny
business,
bug, not a
Stanley
big
took the
one.
first open door on his left.
It's not a house centipede, is it? Those things are horrifying. We're going this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay. I know there's several endings in this area. One is a very
Stanley, I think
immediate
perhaps we've
ending.
gotten off, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Do not
Good
try
God,
that at home.
Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oh, I forgot to click the computer at the desk.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Well, at least it's a tiny one.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I missed it. Okay,
When
try this
Stanley
again.
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay.
Wow. Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous,
The dialogue
gorgeous room.
changed.
Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Yes. It's very blue.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
How about I close the door? Wait. What is in there? Oh well, I'm going to exhaust this area first.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Sure.
Well, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. What are you going to do? I think I know what ending this is.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. 2 endings. But let's give the narrator a chance.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running.
We're in the
just
loop
way we're
again.
doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution.
Yeah, what's
Here,
that?
let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
Oh, this one.
Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
It's time
If we
for the
just stay
narrator to
right
become
here,
self-aware
right
for a
in this
bit.
moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Oh, where's the exit?
No, wait. Where are you going?
Even more lights.
Right. Where were we?
No, I want to go this way. Yes. He does.
Oh,
For
no.
now.
Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Stanley only exists to
Please, no,
ruin the
Stanley,
narrator's
let me stay
day.
here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
I am. This is an ending. Whee!
Oh, thank God you lived.
Yep.
You had me worried there for a moment.
We'll let him be happy
Can we
again
please
for a
get back
second.
to the other room.
Yes. Look at the pretty colors.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Nah. I want to move around.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this. No. No, what are you doing? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me? My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
No, I
That you
love your
throw
game.
yourself from this
The endings
platform
are
over and
amazing.
over
The
to do
comedy
it?
is great.
You were literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from
You
being...
are one of the best narrators that I am aware of. But this ending requires you to be sad.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
Yeah, some game characters, it's like, yeah, I don't trust this one character. Usually when I get that feeling, I end up being right. But no, the narrator's a good guy in this game.
It's going to restart, isn't it?
If you listen to his instructions, you actually get the good ending. Everything else is just chaos.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply
Is the computer back on? No. I'll have to figure out how to reset that. Oh. It is different.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
This
this
way.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nah. Okay, let's...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Let's go into
Look,
the
Stanley,
other
I think
door
perhaps
this
you've
time.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really. I'm not.
No, there's
I
no
realize that
ending
investing
where
your
the
trust in someone
narrator
else can be
turns
difficult,
bad in
but
this,
the fact
unless
is
it's
that
in the new
story has been
content.
about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
No, basically in this
Look,
game,
let me
narrator's
prove
just
it.
trying to tell
Let
a
me
story
prove
and
that
we're
I'm
a
on
troll
your
and
side.
messing everything
Give me a
up for him.
chance.
If
Now,
anything,
listen
we're the bad
carefully,
guy.
This is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I want the blue one.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right,
Blue.
fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to
Yes.
find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining?
It would have been funny if they actually put something in here for the remake.
Do not think I put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles?
Oh, is
Skill
this-
trees? Work
is
with
this
me.
the
You've
ending
given
I
me
think it is?
Absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
Leaderboard. We are in last place. Yeah, the writing in this game is amazing.
Would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Yes, I will walk
Hey,
through
I nearly
all of the
forgot. I've got a
doors.
prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play
Oh,
testing.
it's this
You
one.
wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Do we want to sit here for 4
In
hours?
this game, the baby crawls left towards
Or should I
danger.
save that for a
You
different
click the
stream?
button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
4 hours of this, what do you say? Probably not. If I do this ending, I'll do the 4 hours before the stream.
Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I hate
Because
that
if it's the
noise,
latter,
not you,
I don't know
Mr.
what to do. I'm
Narrator.
completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to
It's just
try.
a cardboard
I'm out.
cutout.
I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Yes, let's
Just to ease
play
the
someone
pain.
else's game.
Let's see. What do we have here?
Hello, Jason. But what game will we play?
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, this is different.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation?
I wondered if they were going to change
To
this.
play as a creepy man,
I guess they
spying
have.
on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creepdom, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I haven't played this game, but I know what it is. It's like Firewatch, right? If I remember correctly.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
Don't block off my adventure.
Goodness, Stanley, what a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. A big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong directions, no path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh.
The narrator does not
Heavens
like
knows
open
where.
world games.
We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with
Congratulations.
nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Okay, what game are we getting this time? I doubt it's the same as
I
the
think
original
this
version.
will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this
We're
is
in
exactly
Rocket
what I had in
League.
mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design.
Yes.
Stanley,
Give
if
me
you
a
manage to
little
get lost in
go-kart.
this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
Yes.
Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
But I need the car. I don't think I can actually push this, or can I? Oh, I can.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even
multiple
more
balls?
euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out.
Oh no.
Here comes
Are you
another
going to
ball.
bury me in soccer balls?
Yes. Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Everything
Stanley,
go
I'm
into
like
the
a child
orange.
in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls.
Oh no. My birthday, September 23rd. Wow. Oh, there's one like right next to the goal. I should have went after
Are
it.
you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
Yes.
Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what?
The-
It's over.
No!
That's right. Your little fun comes to an end.
But
This
I was
is
so
my
close.
game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
So they replaced Portal and Minecraft with Firewatch, Firehouse, whatever that one's called, and Rocket League. Interesting. Yeah, he's amazing. Like I said, he's like one of my favorite narrators in like anything.
Hold on. What are you doing?
I'm falling into the void. Oh.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Filing cabinets? Oh. More void. Okay. Have no idea where I should be going. Oh, light. Light is a good sign. Oh, we found our home. It's like an audio booth. And a video editor. Okay.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh, like it says up here, this is the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. This is a re-release that just came out yesterday. But there's like brand new content and stuff. So right now I've just been going through the endings that I remember.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
Give me all the boxes. Okay, I know there's a way to get up here. Okay, come on. Onto the computer. Come on. Into the window. Ha!
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yes.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure.
Oh, I
and
forget.
its
It's been so
examination
long
of
since I've watched
structural
any
narrative
playthroughs.
So,
There's
now
over
that you're
20
here, what do you
in the
think?
original
Isn't
one, I
this
know
a
for
fun,
sure.
unique place to be?
That
Why
and there's
don't you
just a
take
bunch
minute
of
just to
goofs,
drink it
like
all in?
getting all the boxes in your office building.
Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Meh.
Then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Nope.
Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
Yep.
Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option?
Probably.
Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
No, if I remember right, yes, just resets things. Or wait, are we stuck in here? Okay, I guess we have to manually reset. Here's all my boxes!
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Huh? The boxes must be following me. Oh, can I not get back over there because of the boxes? Wait, no, the computer! But it's still dead. Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's play along for a bit. Or wait, no! There was another option back there. I just remembered. Yes!
Yet there was not a single person
When
here
it comes
either.
to, like,
Feeling a wave of
smart,
disbelief,
funny games, this
Stanley
is
decided to
definitely
go
one of my
up to his
favorites.
boss's office. Hoping he might come into a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I forget if there's an ending in here. Extreme bathrooms. What is this? Okay, I guess there's nothing in the bathroom. I thought there was. Or is there something if I go back? Okay, we made it to the very bottom. That will just get me the crazy ending. I haven't heard of Just More Doors. Okay, maybe there is something in here? I think there was something back there, I just messed it up. Oh. Oh no, the panda! No! Oh. Okay, let's see what this does. I... You'll get them next time. I believe in you. I do not remember this. This might be one of the new endings, I'm not sure. I do not remember an elevator. Okay, going down did nothing. But if we go up... Or maybe it's just here for the music. My controller is going crazy right now. Anything? Maybe it's time-based. That or there's absolutely nothing there and I have to trigger something else first. Oh! Oh, I think I remember. You just have to be quick. Ha ha ha. Okay, maybe now the elevators will work. Oh, the door is open. I'll look into it. Okay. The broom closet. No, well, we've already done the broom closet. I forget what I'm supposed to do for this ending. Well, if it's a good song, I understand completely. Because I've definitely looped just a single song for days on end before. Okay. Oh. Ah. Into the void! You are now leaving. Okay. I'm apparently leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. Okay. Let's go to the escape pod. Oh, I can't see anything. I have never denied the fact that I am nerdy. I have always been nerdy. Okay. Launch bay. Oh, I cannot see a thing. Okay, there's a door. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. Come on. Turn off all the computers. Oh. Okay, so it switches. Okay, we're
Stanley
going
came
back
to a set
this
of two
way.
open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door
I
on his
forgot one
left.
of the endings down here.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
We never actually rode
I'm
this
not
all the
sure
way
I
up to the
maybe
top.
I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
But
to
what if
reach out
I
to her.
don't want to
If you
talk
can
to her?
truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Yes.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Yep.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh?
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Everyone pay
But
attention.
if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And
Well, we've
finally,
made more
if
than
you
8
begin to wonder
choices
if
in
your
the
choices
stream
are
alone.
actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Yes,
Welcome
very
back.
educational.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction.
Oh, it's this one.
Not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
It is time to choose chaos.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful,
It's barred
we
off. We can't
jump
leave
off the
now.
platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
This is about to get really ridiculous. I'm very excited.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Whee!
No!
I
Why did
choose
you do that?
chaos.
Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late. Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone? Left
'Cause
here
it's
like so
funny.
much garbage. It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Maybe this isn't the ending I was thinking it was.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny?
It was.
You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
But I'm not Stanley.
He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
I know, I've already done that.
Perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make...
Oh, my hand's glitching.
...behave exactly as Stanley would.
Oh.
That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
More
No!
chaos.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
He's just
That
gonna
means
keep
choosing
resetting till I do
responsibly
it.
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Can I go backwards? No. This way.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
Okay, so I think I have
Behave
to choose
exactly as
left now.
Stanley would.
It
That
seems to be
means
the
choosing
same thing.
responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You win this time. Next choice I get, though, is mine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
We can't go
upstairs to
down
his
anymore.
boss's office.
Oh, it's different.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication
It's
of
green
any
now.
human
Oh,
life.
there's that sad
Shocked,
panda again.
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I cannot speak, Mr. Narrator.
Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall. I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
I do not
Please
have a
speak
voice
the
in
code
this
into the
game.
receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with
I
the
can
story.
click
This
it and
is a
that's it.
crucial step.
Open the door.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it?
Yes, I'm
but
not.
You know what?
I can't.
It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you,
It
then why did
definitely
you come
sounds
here?
like you, friend.
Had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You... When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, so this wasn't the ending I was expecting.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
The end.
I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right?
This is like the
Stanley, this is important.
one of the sadder endings
The story needs
for
you.
the
You need to
narrator.
make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct.
I forget. It's been a couple months. What game did you show up during? It was during one of my Animal Crossing streams, right?
Take as much time as you need.
Maybe. Okay, I need to look for computers.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay. Warning, warning. Spoiler warning.
Oh, new content? What
Yes,
does that
please.
mean, new content.
Okay. We are in unexplored territory. I do not know what we're going to find here.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Who are you?
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yep.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Is this just gonna be like an advertisement?
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please,
Oh,
step inside.
it is the
See what
legendary
thrilling new
file
adventures
cabinets
await
from the
in
Dev Diaries.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yes, me too.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Yes, it has to be.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the
The new content is
I've
just
never
this
been
elevator,
more
I bet.
ready. Let's do it.
What a wonderful
Say,
brick
initial
texture.
impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's
The jump
the
circle.
jump circle.
We can jump. We have a new button input. Woo! Okay. I can't jump anymore. I just type into the air. Oh. You can't jump.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
It's another elevator.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Yes.
If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait. There's more.
Oh.
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Okay, we're over the void.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this?
How do I get this trophy?
I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
No, there has to be more here.
Get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
But there's more. I have seen the screenshots. I know there's more to it than that. Okay. Well, there's our hallway. Okay.
Psst. Stanley.
Oh.
Come over here. In the vent.
It
I
is-
want to show you something.
It is time to be sus. We are venting. Lim would be very disappointed if he was here right now.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got
No,
me
it's great.
thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Oh, wow.
Take a look.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. Okay. It's very pretty. You have returned, Lim. Long time no see. Hello.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive
Hello.
the peak
Doing pretty
experiences
good.
of my life whenever
Spoiler
I want.
warning.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the memory zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of
It's the
2013
Steam page.
when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
There's a collector's edition. Yeah, we are currently into the new content, so spoiler warning, obviously. It's a great game. I don't know, we literally just got into it. A dollar bill. Oh, it's all of the achievements. Oh, this one? It's been upgraded. It's now the Super Don't Go Out, or Super Go Outside award. You have to not play it for 10 years now. Well, this wall's blank. Just Stanley's dead body. Oh, I will say this, the, oh. We have a song?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Yeah, when it comes to, like, joke games or, like, smart comedy games, Stanley Parable's definitely one of my favorites. And so we can go up or we can go down. Let's see what's down here. Okay, apparently our memory does not need maintenance. Oh, look, it's the portal level that was cut. Does that mean we're gonna get this, the Minecraft? Yeah, there's Minecraft. Yes. That was like one of the first things I did, was the broom closet. The choices. But no, in the ending where you get to play other video games, they swap them out. Yeah, originally it was Minecraft and Portal. Did that just make a noise?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Oh, for a second I thought those were stairs. I am very tired. Don't mind me. Carpet textures. Yep, source. Oh, the door opened. But how do I do not have the jump button anymore. Oh, this one's open too.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh, the maintenance room is open.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Destruction.
Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Just want to make sure I'm checking everything. I guess it's down here. Watch, all of the extra content is just saying how there shouldn't be extra content, which in and of itself is extra content.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
No, you're funny.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure.
Oh no.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley
They just don't have a funny
isn't quite
bone.
as sterling as I always remember.
They don't have a sense of humor. You're fine, dude.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that.
Oh,
If
we
I'm
have a
truly
skip
too
button
preachy,
now.
Then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record.
There was a skip
Only
button right at the
positive
beginning of the
reviews
game.
Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Yes. Technically, you've already added it.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people.
It's the mumble
And if the people
room.
want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get.
Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and
In the dev diaries, they've been doing like joke dev diaries, and they said that there was going to be a room where the narrator just goes on and on saying a bunch of random things for hours. I think that's what this is.
Inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah.
Yep, there he goes.
Blah, blah, blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until 245. But the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible.
No, eventually it just loops.
Went on for nearly 10,000 years until just yesterday.
I forget how many hours they said, but they said he went on like this for hours.
Only thing
I want to see if there's anything behind this wall.
So much more than forever ago, which is why I say the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time
technically there is no ending to this. Like I said, it just loops eventually.
We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, until.
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations.
Like I said, it's the like
games.
gibberish room.
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more
it's
of
a new loop.
Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are or were.
I should check the clock if it changes any.
That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being. Well, there's sport.
Oh, it
you
does.
Really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes. It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate,
we're trapped.
I will not press the button again.
Unless there's now a door behind here.
Be demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just wait. How do we get out of here?
Oh, he
Where did
noticed.
the door go? Wasn't there a door that led into this room?
Yeah?
I do feel quite certain that there was one here before. How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window anywhere?
No.
A porthole? A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these.
Probably.
I have to move on and to please step away from the skip button to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall? Is there any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
I'm guessing I just have to
need a
skip
door.
again.
We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door.
I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise. You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button.
But it's
Just
here.
wait here.
And
Wait
it's
here for me.
it's glowing.
And don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes, good. I'll be right back.
Oh, he actually left. I'm gonna do it.
Stanley! Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Yeah.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit here. And more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again.
Removing the button
control
would make me
anything
stop
this
pressing
week,
it.
Stanley. I can't touch it. And I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking, and I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback. Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to
Skip.
alter and... Oh, Stanley. You're back.
Oh, the tree died.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
A week.
Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I
Wait, is there
needed to
light
know that
from
someone
behind the
was
wall?
listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story.
Why is this
None of that
wall
matters
glowing?
anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps, yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it.
Well, you know what they say.
I can't be taken
You
by
need
it,
to
Stanley.
face your
I can't lose
fears.
myself in the stretch of emptiness
You can
between
do
you
it.
and me.
I believe
When
in you,
press
Mr.
that button,
Narrator.
you're
Face your
still-
fear.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest times.
I'm guessing we just skip until, like,
I lost it all in a blur of the
the
deepest
walls
longing
start
to undo
crumbling.
the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them.
Is the clock even
collapsed
working?
down into a single instant.
No,
In
the
that
clock died.
instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me.
Was it?
It was unlike anything I had ever known.
So you
It
faced
was a
your
space
fears and
without
you're
consequence,
better now.
Without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment. And I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being.
Good for
I saw
you.
that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being.
He has had a awakening.
The spaciousness,
Oh no, the AI is
equanimity of the
sentient.
moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then, this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not
But
that
he
you
is
would
aware of
save it or do
timelines
something
now.
to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish...
Oh, we got a little blinky light now. Did he die? Yeah. Everything is dead. Well, the lights are dead. The tree is dead. I'm surprised that the leaves haven't just turned into dust. There's still some green on them. The clock is dead. Okay. Oh, this fell. I keep hearing like a sound from behind the wall. Maybe. Is there anything back here? It kept sounding like something was sliding. Is the fan still going? Doesn't look like it.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have
He's
a
back.
point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned. They screamed. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Entertain us." It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, "He's talking too much," they said. "First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world, as though there were no consequences."
I mean, there has to be something here. I'm assuming there's some ending, we just haven't found it yet. I just have to skip more. I could be wrong. I would say I'd look it up, but I doubt there's any information out yet.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
But the end is never the end.
Never the end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think Stanley lives as long as the narrator lives. Oh.
Is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
It's leaking back here. Okay, so things are changing.
Is never the end, 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 is never the.
Let's check out the leak spot. Oh, it's all over the place now. Yes, the end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. It's the tagline for the game. Oh! Okay. Okay. I need it to collapse a little bit more so I can actually get up there. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can get up. I need more stuff to fall. Oh. Okay. Oh, it's gone again. With very ominous music. Something has to happen. Are there aliens going to beam me up or something? Yes. Watch, this all ends with it being like canon to Portal or something. Maybe. I guess we haven't really seen, like, it in the light, so yeah, that might be Ash, now that you mention it. Everything is dead. Oh no, the button! Why is everything so— oh, that's why everything is so skewed. Okay. Yeah, I would say everything is dead. Here, if I'm going to wander, I will wander in a straight line. I can't tell if that's just part of the background or if I'm actually seeing something over there. Oh. I think we hit the ending. Yep. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
We had
Stanley
new
decided to go to the
content.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I know there's something with those computers. I forget what it is, though. New content. I am intrigued.
Oh, good. You notice my sign.
Yes.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. At some point, I'll need to go back to the ending I was about to do. But I'm good with new content. Not on this one. Not every ending has given me an achievement.
Stanley Parable, and about how roundly disappointing this Ultra Deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy.
Yes.
So forget
So
this
far it
Ultra
has.
Deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh? Sequel? Okay. Cool.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up.
Taste the
Why,
sequel.
there's so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Okay.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams
neither sugar
progress
gliders.
and innovation and long-term franchising
I tolerate
potential.
dogs more than cats, but sugar gliders. They're back. The 2 doors. It's a PowerPoint.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it.
How do we want to draw
I
the
figure
2?
that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Yeah. Okay, this way to the show floor. Oh, we're gonna watch his TED Talk, aren't we? Oh, it's a bus! Can we get in the bus? No? I want to go on the bus. Fancy.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay. Not sure if I want to click that. Going to avoid that. Yeah. Here. I'm going to do something real quick.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Okay.
Isn't that wonderful?
Okay. Game audio is going to go down for a second just so I know it's not actually my real name. 1 second. Oh, there's probably subtitles. 1 second. I just need to check things. I wouldn't like it though. Okay, I was worried for nothing.
This button will say your name, whatever name that is. Now, let's have you role play as Jim to really see.
It just says Jim.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping and waking
Trying to
as
get
Jim,
the audio back to
falling
where I
in
had it.
love and
There.
being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now?
Sure.
If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Are you other Jims ready?
Jim.
Yes, you see? What a thrill, what a rush. That was you. The button describes you. Do it again, do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Okay. There's probably a joke in there about my new name reveal, but I've missed my opportunity.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this.
Yes, so very immersed. Oh no. Oh no, no screenshots. Whatever will we do? So this is what they were talking about on Twitter. It was this area. I'm guessing that's supposed to be Stanley up there. Okay, new trophy. Let's get a new trophy. New trophy's cool.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
I will go back to the no screenshot area after I get my trophy. I require this. Trophy.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Oh.
Right now, the trophy is still fully broken.
No!
I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Boo. Hmm? Yeah, that would be great. PS5 does more. It actually records the audio. Like if you're saying something, the controller actually will pick it up. So it doesn't just take a screenshot. It takes like a 10-second video clip on the PS5. So yeah, it really is.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Well, I'm going to go... Oh, the jump circle is back!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
No, give me jumps! I want to jump again. Boo. Okay, you wanted the screenshot area, we go back to the screenshot area. Here you go. Yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't really want an Xbox, besides the fact that they don't have any, like, decent games. Oh, we missed this one! The baby grew up! Oh, you just wanted this one? Let's see, what else is over here? Oh, there's merch! Let's get some merch. Oh, I bet that QR code goes somewhere. It might actually go to the game website. Here, for anyone who actually has a phone that can use QR codes, there you go. The reassurance bucket. Okay. Oh. Again. No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration. Like
Okay.
balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
I mean, this one has more color. It would liven up the office quite nicely.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okay. The infinite hole. Okay, so there's a reassurance bucket, there's the infinite hole, and something that's just new up here. You can find them, okay. Collect them all. Okay.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
Okay.
In Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Okay. Okay. Oh, we got one of 6. We have to find them all now.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay. The infinite hole seems rather final, so let's go back over here, I think. Or wait, no, I guess I should check over here. Let's see, jump circle, free trophy, button says name, merch, settings world champion, what? Let's see. Reassurance bucket, office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole, and exit. Okay, yeah. I wonder where they're all hiding. So that's the first one I've seen.
Oh, goodness, Stanley, this is fairly awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave,
Oh, this is the
you
left.
really should go to the bucket exhibit. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later. And
I didn't realize that was the exit.
And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the bucket.
I'm
okay?
going to the bucket.
All right, I'll get out of your hair now.
I'm going to the bucket. The reassurance bucket. Oh, this was one of the screenshots on Twitter. So is
The
this.
common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
Are you gonna chuck a bucket
It's
at
the
my head?
Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
Forget the companion cube. You need the reassurance bucket. I can't talk.
The many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Okay, give it to me.
Come to long for the gentle embrace of
I want the
jarring
bucket.
cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms.
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
Give.
the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Okay. Mine.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body.
Okay.
And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Okay.
The benefits of the bucket seem
But
to
why
be
did the
on
bucket
and on,
laugh at me?
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay, should we check out the infinite hole? Oh, it didn't sound like him.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh, what's up there? Have I been up there? Going to check this first and then we'll go into the infinite hole. Or is this the ending? What's in there? That might be an ending. Let me look at the map again. It marked where the ending was. Okay. Because Infinite Hole isn't marked as an ending, so we should be fine. Yeah, Infinite Hole first. Oh. Ledge. Ah. Oh, this is this area. Into the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever.
Okay.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Do I want to jump down this? I mean, I have my bucket, so I'm safe, right? Bombs away. See if anything actually happens.
See, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole...
Oh, we can move
press
around.
the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Ah!
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the
Okay, so we aren't stuck in the infinite hole. We can teleport. There wasn't anything else down there. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's do the epilogue, I guess. This does sound like you, friend. Okay, epilogue. Wait, really? That's it?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, 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 it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. Okay, now where were those stairs I was going up? Oh, was it over here? Yeah, I think. Yeah. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment.
Oh no.
I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
I guess.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of...
Epilogue.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, yes. Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Well,
Who am I
that's...
kidding, Stanley?
There's
isn't a
two
coherent
infinite
video game at all.
holes.
It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than
Yes.
anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait. Maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully,
Okay.
of course, with respect, with care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
Okay.
A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Oh, nothing to look at. Wait, is this actually... I thought the whole Stanley Parable 2 thing was a joke.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number...
Oh, the balloons are here.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his
Well,
desk
everything
in room 427
so far is the
and
same,
pushed buttons.
besides the balloons.
Orders came to him through a monitor on his
Oh,
desk.
hey, never.
telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-wrenching,
Excuse me.
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Okay.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order
Thank
had
you.
arrived on the monitor for him to
My
follow.
allergies
No
are
one
being
had showed up to
stupid.
give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I think it just tossed me back into the
Stanley
loop.
decided to go to the meeting
Everything
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
everything looks the
No matter
same,
how hard
besides the
Stanley looked,
balloons.
he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
That's a little weird. Okay. Can't like, get in. Huh.
Stanley felt the bucket calling to him, begging him to pick it up.
Bucket?
Why was he not doing it?
What bucket? Where's the bucket? Oh, the bucket! How could I leave
Stanley
you?
picked up the bucket.
How could I leave behind my friend here? This is how you know that we're playing the sequel.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Just to see what happens, I'm going to follow the directions. See if anything actually changes with this. Something tells me it won't.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Can I take the bucket to the broom closet?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy is as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders.
Can I actually set it down anywhere?
This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk?
I guess I keep the bucket.
Of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Good job.
Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape.
But then the question is the bucket sentient or is that just the companion cubes?
Let him have it.
Oh, we got a new version of the broom closet.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go. There.
Property
Now
of
it's
Stanley.
finished. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Go back in. Nothing?
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
I like how he was able to put the bucket sticker under the property sticker. I just want to see if...
You know what?
I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily
Okay,
the most
see you later.
childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Something tells me I've run the broom closet dry.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Okay.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Yes, clearly. The narrator is the bucket. That's what this is.
Explanation.
The bucket is the narrator's, like, physical form. Oh? Oh!
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
So you can
buy
find
that
them,
sort of
though.
Happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Yes, Jim. Of course, Jim. Then the question is the bucket Jim? Or is the bucket narrator? Or is the narrator Jim? Maybe that's why he chose Jim. Because everything is Jim.
Downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose.
Okay, we
on an
need to,
enormous room
like, check
topped
the
with
cameras, see if we
television
can see any of more
What
of those
horrible
figures.
secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oh no, the bucket is sad. The bucket's gonna cry. At least it can hold its tears well, being a bucket and all.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had
Oh.
the bucket been told to do things
What's that?
it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He
Oh, I
couldn't
guess it's just a
accept it.
broken
His
screen.
own
I
life in
was trying to
someone
turn that into
else's
something
control.
else.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
If this goes the way of the companion
But here
cube,
was
doesn't
the
that
proof.
mean we have to burn the
heart of
bucket?
the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past
There's
began
something
to
in
sink
there.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yes.
When at last they came to the source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Well, if I wanted to scare the bucket, we could try and take over the facility, but I don't have the path memorized. So it's very convoluted, and it's like time trial based. So let's have a happy ending with our bucket.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket
I
wanted
wonder
to
if
learn
this
to
means we
roller
just
skate.
have the bucket
Stanley
from
wanted to
now
sneeze
on.
in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
Oh? Oh no.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Only
Was
one of
Stanley
us
and
can
the
be
bucket
free.
Not about to be freed?
We
An
must
unbearable silence filled
save
room,
the bucket.
lingering
Let
and
me toss the
uncertainty,
bucket over the
until
edge.
finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh no.
Even
No.
the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth
No, the
of
bucket.
the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while
This really
building
is
has
going the
anything to
way of
say
the
about it.
companion cube, isn't it?
Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Dun dun dun. I wonder what happens if we just ditch the bucket.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
I wonder, can we pop any of the balloons? Come on. Up. Guess not. Well, since I'm up here, I might as well get the other ending. Well, Bucket's on the
Stanley
pedestal.
assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty
But I'm pretty
commentary
sure
into
if
the
I hit
nature of
yes,
video
it just
game
resets
structure
the game
and
again.
its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on when you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Okay, now it's over.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Okay, we'll see about that. Oh, I left the bucket. Wherever we go
Stanley
now, we
lifted
must bring the
into his
bucket.
arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
I know what we need to do. If the bucket keeps us calm, what if we try and do the
Stanley
crazy
clutched the
ending
bucket
again?
tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Can we, like, get something different? Okay. There will be a reward for finding them all. A large room, lots of boxes, stairs, something to do with stairs somewhere, both red and blue, nearby a fireplace. Oh, it shows us which ones we have. A private but smelly place for an important person. Okay, so that's the bathroom. That's when he gives us the red and blue doors. Something with the stairs in a large room with lots of boxes. Trust the completionist instinct. Okay. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Shiny float? Okay. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Okay. He looks so sad. Okay. Interesting. There's something to do with stairs.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a
I missed it.
economy,
I bet
why
it's
had he
under
taken
the
that
stairs.
risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Okay, it doesn't look like it changes any. I thought maybe the bucket would calm us
The
down.
bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's
It's a
bucket,
pretender?
perhaps. How did I
It's
end
an
up with
imposter?
someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would
Oh,
come from this.
we lost
Who
the
knows
fake
what
bucket.
sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far
Bucket.
off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Bucket.
To me, Stanley. Find
Oh my gosh, there's so
He
many.
had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
I
And
like
then
that they
suddenly,
changed the crazy ending.
he knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Okay, so we ate the bucket. Okay.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have
Yes.
to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck,
The
yes,
all-powerful
she thought to
bucket.
herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
I would have liked to see that animation. Some random lady holding
All
a
of his
bucket,
co-workers were gone.
backflipping her way to work. That could have been
Stanley
very
decided to go to the
entertaining.
meeting room.
How would she
Perhaps
do
he
the
had
flip
simply
if she was
missed the
holding the bucket?
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. The
Bucket.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Okay, let's do the stairs again.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
And then we can check the manager's bathroom. This
Come up
time,
to a
instead of
staircase,
going
Stanley and the
into the
bucket
room,
walked
I'm going to
upstairs
check
to the
under the
boss's
stairs. There we go.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Okay, back up we go. Ah.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Okay. The words changed. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, that's where this is. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
This
not an
keyboard sounds like a
indication of
keyboard.
any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Oh, what was that? It was like
In his darkest of hours,
2845
did the
or
bucket's
something?
warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Well, I guess we could try escape. We haven't tried escape yet. And it will be enhanced by the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Meh.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
We're good.
At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
It's fine. Woo!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This
He's
is what
doubting the
Stanley thought
power
to
of the
himself.
bucket. How
sort
dare
of
he?
kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh?
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as
Oh,
Stanley
right.
and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
So instead of like a breakdown of the original Stanley Parable, it's become a memorial to the bucket. You are now standing at the precipice of knowledge, much like the bucket itself. The human mind is frequently empty within a carnivorous void, but through the use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were in ignorance and darkness? We don't have the bucket anymore. I just realized it's not with us. I guess the bucket is dead.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a
bucket.
bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him?
Bucket!
Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Welcome back. Well, welcome to the Bucket Memorial. That is more than 25 buckets. A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. This looks way more than 25, though. The bucket with two handles. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. I used to have a bucket that had two handles. It's not that weird. The Inferno Bucket. A replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control over it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains no one can control a bucket. This is true. Behold. Behold the bucket. In all of its rusty glory. The stress bucket presented without commentary. Okay. All the negative emotions goes into the bucket. And the coping strategies equal holes. Okay. Don't have any coping strategies, I guess. Okay, cave drawing. While we know the bucket predates the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Is there anything else in this room?
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. I think we have to fall into the infinite hole. Yeah, this whole ending has turned into the bucket cult. Wee. Oh. Can we take it? Bucket? Did we get it?
But there is something we can do.
Is there?
Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh, my.
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world.
Okay, go for it, bucket. The bucket rules all. I wonder how the, Oh. The bucket made everything blue. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Bucket, I need you.
Spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
We will never be separated from the
Stanley
bucket.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember how to get to those other endings.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Okay.
No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
There's something here.
And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Come in. There it goes. Let's see what this does. We haven't checked the sending yet.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here.
Oh?
I knew you'd find this place eventually.
It's the adventure line!
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we
That's
care
the
about
broom
you
closet.
very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around.
It's an
everywhere.
intervention!
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the adventure line and the broom closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the adventure
Yes,
line?
I
We could
do.
make the adventure line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Yes! Adventure line!
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Yes.
Now this is what the Stanley
Give me the
Parable
funny
is all
music
about.
back.
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original
We're getting the
dialogue?
sequel to the adventure line
Drugs and hookers.
before
It's as
the
classic now as it
original.
was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
But the adventure line.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
This really is just the companion
I think it'll
cube.
make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Do we give up the
Now
bucket?
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Oh, there's a
I
button.
can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Yes, we will let it
Well,
go
you see,
insane.
If you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets
Yes.
is so densely loaded
Believing
with
in the
complexity
bucket.
and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you
Hopefully
even
it
say
doesn't
that
follow
about?
the Stanley
broom
adventure
closet?
line.
Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset.
Yeah, my
now.
controller's
You'll have
about
hurry
to
and
shake
feed
its
it.
way
We
out of my
can't give back
hands.
to the
Oh my
classic
gosh.
Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly
Oh, no.
now. The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
It went boom. Oh.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here.
It's fine. That's just the white space outside of that one window. We can find the bucket destroyer later. Okay. It's not blue anymore.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Come on. Click. Or did it already receive input? I can't tell if it did or not. I'm going to assume that it received input.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
Yes, the bucket will never be destroyed, but we can visit the destroyer if we want in his new little white space. Oh, let's see, what levels do we need? We need the... We need over here.
Tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Eventually we'll have to do that backtrack again without the bucket, so we can get the Stanley Adventure line, because that part is amazing.
Left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
The bucket's
It should
alive.
have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk.
Should
But
we
Stanley
listen to
chose
the
not
bucket,
think
or
about
should we
this
go
bucket
after
this
one of the
time.
figures?
He was firmly convinced that the
Because
bucket
one of the
had
figures
spoken
is
to
down
him,
here.
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oh no. I'm sort of surprised my internet isn't acting up, because it's pretty rainy
In here.
outside.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Okay, let's see where the bucket is taking us. Oh yeah, we haven't done
Now
this
pick
yet.
up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
We'll go after the figure after this.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Okay.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely.
Wait.
He could use a friend.
Where is it?
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Oh, there it is. Bucket! Hello, Stanley, it's me, your bucket. Okay. Let's go to work.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Never. Let's go back home with the bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him.
Where's the bucket?
I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Where is the bucket? Bucket? I've lost the bucket. Where is it? This room definitely looks different. Oh, there it is. Hey, back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will
No.
ever truly do
I
for
just
you
said
is
welcome
effectively
back.
transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Let's see. Don't listen to the loud man. Press that to go home. Okay, we're home.
You see, he's not listening.
Bucket?
He's still taking
Bucket.
orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders
It might have
from,
been me
he
reading
trusted and
something
listened to. Now,
that
all
just
he
happened
cares
to
about is
use
this
that word.
awful bucket,
Sorry.
This stupid hunk of metal.
Bucket. Press to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Okay, Bucket, whatever you say.
Sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Let's go home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket.
Is the narrator gonna try and take the bucket back?
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid.
Yeah.
Like it would be better
Yeah,
at
it is.
moving an amount of water from one room
This
to
is
another.
Stockholm Syndrome with a bucket. Let's see. Press to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my
Whatever
God,
you
what am I
say,
saying? Better at carrying
bucket
water
master.
from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Bucket. Go home to work, to home to work, to home to work, to home to work.
I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going
Oh,
on?
no.
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with
Should I
me?
be
don't
concerned
understand.
where the bucket is?
Perhaps if I had the
Oh,
bucket,
no.
this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No.
I need it. Give it to me now. Give it.
Close
or
your
I'll-
eyes. Okay. Go back to work, Stanley. Okay.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Oh, I left the bucket. I can't leave the bucket.
The
Bucket.
good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Okay.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left. to go back to
Okay,
the
I
meeting room.
think one of the figures is over
Said
here.
the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how
I'm
this
just
bucket was
realizing one of
speaking
those
to him.
dock doors
It
is
should have
open.
alarmed
Has
him,
that
of course,
always
because
been
buckets
open?
can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it.
But
This
we went to the bucket
misunderstanding
museum. I know what a
dire
bucket is.
consequences
Let
on
me
the
in.
entire rest of the game, if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. Okay. Oh, this is different.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
Okay.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual
But
bucket.
but it's a bucket. That's a
Item
bucket.
2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
But it can work like a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Yes. I think the narrator doesn't know what a bucket
Correct.
is.
This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Aren't bucket tractors a thing?
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely
Has bucket seats.
Incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket?
I just want to see what happens if I get all of them wrong.
Correct.
What?
This is a bucket.
See? See, it is a bucket.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Everything is a bucket. You're a bucket, I'm a
Trick
bucket.
question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here.
Sure there
And
is.
I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something.
Sure it
Unless
can.
in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
That's a trick question. If I say nothing is a bucket, then nothing would be a bucket. Everything is a bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere
Everything's
moments
a
ago I could
bucket.
answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No!
entirely. Okay, here we go.
No! No, bucket! No, no. Oh no, is the bucket gone? Have we lost the bucket?
Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait.
Because everything is a bucket!
Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Yes!
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could...
He erased all existence because
I'm not
everything is a bucket.
after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue. But it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game.
Yes.
So, tell you what. I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Good.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Okay, moment of truth. Is the bucket still there? Oh, everything's blue again. Oh. Oh. Welcome, Stanley, to heaven. But there's no buckets. Well, I guess buttons are technically buckets. Close enough. Okay, let's go back to the buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Okay. I know there's
Stanley decided to
something
go to the
else
meeting
on the
room.
computer
Perhaps he had simply
screens.
missed a memo.
Figurine Finders Committee meeting today. Bucket? Bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
The bucket is okay. Yes, it does. Oh, this is different. Okay, we need
Stanley clutched the
to...
bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I just realized I can't take the bucket where I need to go. Okay, I'm going to... Let's check the checklist again. Large room with lots of boxes. I'm not placing the second one, but I think I know where 4 is. But to get it, I'll need to ditch the bucket, unfortunately.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Let's try and be sneaky with the bucket. Come in.
Stepping in.
Still don't know what that elevator is for. Oh no. Well, I hope it calms down soon. Sucky internet is no fun. Yeah. Okay, we are now leaving. Forget, is there anything on the side? No. Yeah. So you're in a place like where I'm at. There's a running gag. Just wait 5 minutes and you'll be in a different season. Which has sort of been true the past couple of weeks. Like, we've had snow. We've had days that felt like the middle of summer. We've had normal spring days. We've had really rainy days. One of the days started with, like, it feeling like summer, then the clouds showed up out of nowhere, and then it started snowing. So, yeah. Weather is stupid. Yeah. My mom found this meme. It was like this cat looking outside of the window, and it said like, wait a second, I need to check what season it is. So it's sort of become a running gag between us. Good job. Um. I don't think they expected anyone to take the bucket down here. I think the game might have crashed. Or wait. Oh, there it is. It was just being very slow to load in. I don't have the bucket. No, I do have the bucket. We will escape with the bucket. Oh, no? It's just the bucket that's going to escape. We have saved it. Goodbye, friend. Be free. There was enough space for both of us. Why didn't we go in the pod too? Okay, we have freed the bucket. Okay, so that's just permanently like that, so we can go to heaven whenever we
A
want.
soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started. And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
So Stanley lives in the same area as both of us, never? It started to rain and then it immediately ended and then it changed again. I really thought there was like some sort of game besides doing those input required things. The bucket's gone! We really freed the bucket. Okay. Well, in that case, I guess I can do those endings that I wasn't able to do
Stanley
because
came
of
to
the
a set of
bucket.
2 open doors. He entered the door on his left.
Wait, no, I went the wrong way. 1 second. I meant to go right.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
Okay,
And if
it's
it did,
the
it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped
replacement
that he would
bucket.
one day see weather.
No, you cannot replace the original bucket. Goodbye. I need to do some stuff without the bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to
Okay.
admire it.
I want to do
It
the
was
adventure line, because the adventure line is
But eager to
amazing.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
I'm assuming this is where the adventure line is hiding.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Yes.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Okay,
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
make up my mind.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track.
But it's fun going off track.
From the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, where is the fun?
When Stanley... Wait, what? No.
The options are
definitely
endless.
restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors?
Nope.
Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yes.
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, we can go anywhere. Which way looks interesting? We are now in the back rooms. I'm pretty sure everything just siphons into the same entrance, though.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Maybe?
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No doors.
Okay, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
I think we're in an endless loop now. No? I thought there was an endless loop in this part.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story?
Maybe?
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Woo!
Congratulations!
We won!
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job.
Let me continue.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay, restart again. There it is.
All right.
The
I've got a
glorious
solution.
Adventure
This time, to
Line
make sure we
TM.
don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
We follow the line. completely and perfectly. We do not deviate from the line. The line knows all.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Yes.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the
I
act of
cannot climb the
moving
wall.
forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
I cannot jump.
Where I was going with all that.
I must
You know
deviate
what?
slightly.
I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yes, the music.
Cut the music, go back and look at that fern.
The fern?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Will it?
Make sure you study it closely and
Close.
remember it carefully. You won't
All
want to miss
angles.
anything.
Okay, we know the fern now.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story?
Yes.
Is any of this ringing? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Line.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line.
the
What's it
line-
ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story?
But the
Something
line-
exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction? Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you
Okay,
want
now
our
we're in the
story to
endless
be?
loop.
Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
But it's the adventure line. The adventure line is fun.
Oh, no.
It
not you again.
returns.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the
Yes,
line
the
from
bucket
having any
is
role in
free,
our awesome new story.
and the original
No lines
best
or
friend
monitoring.
returns.
Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
But we want to acknowledge the line. The line is crazy. Oh. Goodbye, friend.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead
Whee!
somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Does it? The confusion
What's
ending!
this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times?
Yes.
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? What if
Yes.
I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped?
Yep.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Maybe.
The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
And he's forgotten everything. Oh. Where is it? Where is it?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Yes.
Excellent.
We
Your order
need
will arrive
boxes
shortly.
for
Thank you again
one
for
of the
contacting
figures.
Future Happiness Foundation.
Okay. Imposter got rid of his little sign, trying to make us forget that he's a replacement. Okay. Just realized the narrator hasn't said
Stanley
anything.
came to a set
Oh,
of two open doors. He entered the door on his left. This was
Nope.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
Okay.
lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I need to go to the red and blue door
Eager to
again.
get back to business,
I
Stanley
think.
took the first open door on his left.
And then I technically have to do the go home thing
Stanley was
again
so bad
without
at
the
following
bucket.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing
let's go
your
up
trust
here.
in someone else can
Do
be
something
difficult,
actually
but the
different
fact
before we
is
look
that
for the figure.
story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for... This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put
Okay.
your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Okay,
That's
we
her,
answered
Stanley.
the phone.
You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
There we go.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Yep.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Nope.
Who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
This is before we got the bucket, apparently.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
That
Now
is
he's going
most
home.
games, honestly,
Now
just
he's
pushing
coming back
buttons.
to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
It's a really awkward place to put a
excited him terribly.
chair. Oh, the desk has appeared. Let's see. Spend time with the boys.
He went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Okay, tell the kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be?
I suddenly can't stop yawning. I don't know why. Okay, tell the wife you love her.
How could there possibly be?
Woo.
In reality, all
We
he
got
did
the
was
computer.
pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Okay, go to sleep.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
But I have to. Okay, be at work in the morning.
Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Okay, question nothing.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
We did. Okay, so there should be boxes everywhere.
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Okay, but where is the figure? Since we have all the boxes, I figured the figure would appear. Do they show up anywhere else, or...?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Technically, one of the figures is this way, so I'm going to go this way.
Well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to
No
get back to
boxes,
business,
though.
Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, let's try and get the
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5
figure.
years ago.
I think it's over here.
Look,
with
Stanley,
the
I
red
think
and blue
perhaps we've
door.
gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
How did I
realize that investing
get
your
that
trust
one?
in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something.
Or wait,
You
did
have
I ever go
zero
back
consideration
and
for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
do the
I don't know
opposite
how
of
to
everything?
convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Oh yeah, the
Give me a
red
chance.
door.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Ah ha ha.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
Okay.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Okay, let's do blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
I forget if I've
I still
done
don't think
this.
we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red
Oh yeah, we
door.
have.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road?
Yeah,
you've chosen?
this-
Well, don't let me stop you.
This is where
See?
the baby
There's
ending
nothing
is.
here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you wanted?
Okay.
Was it worth
I need
ruining
to
the
figure out where
entire
that
story
last
I'd written out
figure
specifically
is.
for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I
A
did.
big room
And in
with
the end, it was all for
boxes in
nothing,
it.
because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Here. Let's go back to the beginning so I can go into the meeting room and try and figure out where that last figure is. Wait a second. This is... the bucket's rusty.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket.
Or is it just
a committed
the
bucket,
lighting?
A bucket of culture and distinction.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, I guess it is silver. It looked brown and rusty for some reason. Probably just the lighting. Okay. A large room with lots of boxes. Okay. Okay, so some of these pictures are like where they are. Does this have anything? I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mics. A microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings showed recordings allowed me to triangulate the sources of the strange noises. Data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be a reverberance off the porcelain surface. Anyone has any leads on this? Okay. But what is the large room with boxes? I am not placing that at all. Wait. A large room, lots of boxes. I am not placing that at all.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
No. Why does it look like it's glowing? Okay. I just realized it's chanting Stanley. I still don't know what this elevator is for, if it's just here to be noise or something, I don't know. Trying to think, where would a room of boxes be?
In the manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotion, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay. I mean, this is just gonna take us to that ending again.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Like, would this be... Would this room be considered a room full of boxes?
An enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'll check it real quick. If I don't see anything, I'll restart again.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of
I guess I could look up, like, the original endings. I know there's some parts for, like, the new one that I haven't seen, just from the screenshots that they shared. So I know there's still some, like, new endings I haven't missed. But I could try and get all the old ones. Not counting the baby ending.
At this point, he could trust no one.
We can get that one next time.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
I mean, I guess I could...
Life. For he and the
Since we're here,
would dismantle the controls for good.
I could hit the turn on machine button with the bucket and see what happens.
They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly birds.
Oh, okay.
The control buttons became active again.
Oh. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting
Stanley
this.
flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
No?
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Oh, it's an owl.
Stanley was happy.
Oh, we made the loop. Okay. Big room with boxes in
All
it.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Was...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I think I'm gonna look up the original endings. Just to narrow things down. We still managed to get a lot without me having to look it up, though. Let's see. Let's see, but I have no way of doing that. Okay, so that ending's probably closed. Yeah, sorry, it's me holding my phone. I'm looking at a flowchart from the original version of Stanley Parable, see if I've missed anything. Because I feel like I've missed something. Huh. I think I've actually gotten all the normal endings. Let's see. I'll look up the figure. So I am very lost. Oh. Okay. I think I see where I need to go with this. It's somewhere in the cargo room.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted
I guess
to stop
that makes
by the
sense. A
employee
large room
lounge
with
first,
boxes.
just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So it's another thing where I have to
Stanley was so bad
jump
at following directions,
down.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, I didn't even see this. Okay. There it is. The last one.
And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This
Okay.
is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
But if I'm here, what do I do? Is there something else I can jump on? Or is this just death? Oh, land on the boxes.
But in his eagerness to
Nope.
prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
Okay, let's go back
Good
to the
job,
meeting
Stanley.
room
Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
and see if something happened for getting those figures. Nothing's changed in here.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers.
Yeah.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Sure.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Sure.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Ooh.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Okay. I'm guessing we're going down here.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
But there's still one here. Do we have to collect them again?
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
Oh, the third one? Under the stairs, I think? Or wait, no. I just autopiloted up the stairs, so it was the bathroom.
No. The boss's bathroom was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together.
I guess I should have went with my gut.
If the boss's bathroom feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next?
Oh,
yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
did
Well,
we?
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Okay.
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly.
Yep.
In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Did you?
Enjoy.
Windows Movie Maker! OG YouTube! But where's the, what is it, the unrestricted hypercam, or unregistered hypercam, where we need that text. That's great.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Okay, I guess it's all the same. Okay.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Before I go in there, I'll let him finish talking. Okay, now he's done. Oh, we're in the Matrix.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Ah. Okay.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay. Whatever you say.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
How many figures are we going to have to get?
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Here, we haven't technically gone this way. No? I guess we can't go back to that one. Oh well.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
An exit sign. Oh yeah, the museum. Okay.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is.
Yes.
I want more. More memories.
Okay. Well, just keep going.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, and
And
home.
before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's
No.
something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Hmm?
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
What?
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I
Were
used
you?
to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it.
So is
Perhaps I needed to
Stanley and the
imagine I had
narrator
companionship.
a split
And
personality?
Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Hmm?
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I wish there was like... Oh, the poster's gone. The sticker, or the bucket's here. But no, I wish there was like a tree that would tell me where I've been. Like a route tree. That would be nice.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Reboot the game entirely. Okay, 1 second. Game has been rebooted. Let's see what happens. Okay, it's weird that they have to do this each time. 1 second, I'm waiting for the minute to roll over. Any second. There. Okay. Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take the step seriously, they just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about this experience, you're paying attention. I don't even have a way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time, you've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Okay. Oh. Oh yeah, 'cause it's the sequel.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I'm not gonna skip anything in case things have changed because I rebooted the game entirely.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting.
We'll have to go back to the meeting room, see if something else has
Never in all his
changed.
years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh, we got a trophy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I just remembered. I think there's another click achievement.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times?
No,
Is that
that's
all
just
you think a
repeating
trophy is
the-
worth? No,
The same thing.
I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors...
I couldn't
he
remember
entered the
if there
door
was
on
like
his
another
left.
click achievement or not. I might have to do the original one again.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Well, this went back to normal. Huh. Looks like everything's back to normal. I'm not sure if there's anything else outside of
Coming to a
the
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
baby ending.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
I guess I can just sit here
Unraveled,
and
Stanley wondered in
let him
disbelief
open the door
who
for me.
orchestrated this. What dark secret was being
So that would be
held from
something
him?
slightly different.
What he could not have known.
And I can
was
go
that
through the
keypad
escape
behind
route
the
without
boss's
the
desk
bucket.
guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't
While this
possibly have
happens,
known
I'm going to
this.
check something real quick.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Welcome back. We got all the figures. So we got that ending.
2845.
Let's see. I'm seeing if there's any other endings I'm missing.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh
And
wow,
Stanley got
Ultra
the hell
Deluxe
on with the
added
story.
24
Well,
endings.
what did he
Oh
do?
my gosh, yeah, I've definitely not gotten all of those. We got a ways to go.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay. Let's just do the
Stanley
escape
walked straight
route.
ahead
Since
to
we
the
don't
large
have
door
the
with
bucket
red
with us,
mind
it will
control
be slightly
facility.
different.
Although this passageway had the word escape
Let's
written on
see.
it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
So I get stuck on the wall.
The The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Getting stuck on the wall.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death. As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every
that's
bone
what
in his
it
body,
is.
killing him instantly.
Okay, I missed the whiteboard ending. I knew that was somewhere, I just forgot how to activate it. Okay, well, we'll have to look into that later.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created
No
for you
problem.
long in advance,
Have a good rest of your
death
day.
becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Okay. And now we are into the actual museum of the game. Not that the bucket museum was bad, but let's see. Well, easier to read if I'm like this. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections... I can't talk all of a sudden. Sections have been added and altered throughout development. The core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Ta-da! The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Okay. The set of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, and exploration of the contradiction I can't talk this room posed. Ah, yes. Filing cabinets. Fancy. Office computers. I knew there was one with like a card game. I thought we were able to play the card game. Guess not. Okay. The office. A selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Okay, all of the credits. Let's see, boss's office. It's the development of the office. Okay. Office clock. It's underground.
Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you
Let's
pick up
see.
on
Kevin
intuitively
Briding,
as you
the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake.
Huh.
It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had...
The lounge. Freedom ending. Well, this one's up higher. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom above and the countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the 2 endings together instead. You were lighting up a second ago. Okay, more freedom ending. Okay. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down with freedom of... Oh. Same thing as the last little board. The Zending went through many iterations. This room represents the 4th version of the ending, and we thought it was complete, but decided to abandon and change it again shortly before launch. Okay. It's just straight up a portal button. The screenshot depicts an early version of the ending known as the Zending, which was eventually cut and merged with another part of the game. Okay, these levers were originally part of the Zending. The players would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. Can I pull? No? Boo. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this was what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. I guess that's sort of what I got when it told me, hey, reset the game. Okay, we ran 4 major teaser trailers over the course of the game's development, each meant to convey something about the spirit of the game. This is the first one, released in May 2012. It features a series of broken rooms and the voice of the narrator, informing viewers that he is repairing a new version of Stanley Parable. Okay. Meeting room. The flow of the hallways following the first 2 doors was important to get right since players will replay them so many times. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately it was the simplest version that won out. Let's see, in a previous version of the choice leading to the apartment ending, a timer would give you 15 seconds to pick up the phone. Not picking up the phone would lead to a different ending. Oh yeah! One of the playthroughs I watched had the timer next to the phone. I remember that. Let's see, the cargo lift was always intended to offer the choice of staying or jumping to a different path. However, after this early version, we decided we also wanted the option for the player falling to their death. The second version is functionally the same as what's in the final game, but we wanted it to look more like a place where cargo was actually stored. It would be interesting to like pull up some older screenshots or clips of this game just to see how much it has changed. Because it definitely looks different. Let's see, in December 2018, we announced the Ultra Deluxe version of the Stanley Parable at the Game Awards. These are screenshots of the videos we made for the announcement at the and the game's delay. Should probably, before going down the Ultra Deluxe route, I should look at the other stuff. Lounge. Okay. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey, the writer, as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got Williams hired to design the full game, though much of the environment has changed. The basic layout from the mock-up still is in the game. Cool. Oh, we were here. All of the versions of The Office, I'm assuming. Let's see. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in 2011, the second in March 2012, the third in February 2013. Huh. Yeah, that's the phone. What is over here? Let's see. After the second trailer, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While he had initially planned to use these for further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Okay. Just random fan questions. Warzone. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Okay. Okay, maintenance room. Oh, we have made the loop, it would seem. Isn't there like an exit, though? Now, I forget if there's like an actual exit to this, or if it's just keep walking around aimlessly until you're done. And then reset it yourself. Nothing up here. Okay. I think I just have to reset it. Or wait, nope, there's the exit. I guess it makes you look at everything
look at
first.
these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Oh yeah, we were in the sending.
You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Yeah, but my PlayStation's way over there. I cannot turn it off. It is too far away. Well, it's not really far away, but it's far enough that I can't reach it from here. Okay. I'm going to reset until I get a blue room. We got it a couple times, but I didn't realize what I had to do with it. Eventually it will turn blue. I want to at least get all of the normal endings. Then we can do like cleanup duty next time. Blue office, please. Can I get a blue office in less than 20 minutes? That is the question. So I'm pretty sure just resetting it can make it spawn. Hopefully. If I don't get anything in a couple minutes, I'll see if I can find another ending I can do. Because it is changing. We are getting like the hallway instead of the office. If I don't get anything in a minute, I'll look something up. I had a chance to get this ending like 2 or 3 times over the course of the stream. I just forgot that it was a thing. Okay. Nothing. Let me see if I can find a ending I haven't done. Okay.
All of his co-workers
I found
were gone.
one quick
What
ending.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Please open the door.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley
There you go.
walked forward into the opened passageway.
Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, how do I do this? This. There. This should do something for me.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the Mind Control Facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours. So here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending. That enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content?
Yes.
Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game.
Oh.
It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams.
Yes, we did it.
Railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good
I didn't even
job,
know
you
about
did
that
it.
bug. No
Good
one
job,
I
you did
watched
it.
has ever
Good job,
done
you
it.
did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
Let's see. Oh.
All
Okay.
his co-workers were gone. What
I
could
think
it
I have
mean?
time to do this
Stanley
one.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, see you later. Have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna try for one more ending. Wait, blue? I guess it's blue in the wrong spot.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a
So I
single
should
person
be
here
able to
either.
do something with
Feeling
the
a wave of
elevator.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Time for the narrator to get angry at me again, because I'm just gonna go for it.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some
What?
buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
He beat me to it. He didn't like me beating him last time. Okay, I have to be quick about this. How far or how close can I... Oh, Heh? It said I'm supposed to be able to reach it and back out of it. Oh, I misread what I was looking at. I was doing that right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Try this again.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
This time,
Feeling
instead
a
of
wave
restarting, I'll just
disbelief,
double
Stanley
check
decided
the...
to go up to his boss's office.
the thing that I'm looking at.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
I'm
to
surprised
his
all the
boss's
new
office.
endings have already been listed online. I thought it would take a bit longer.
Here's the door, Jessica.
Okay, so it's... this. Ah, okay. We are not leaving this elevator.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me.
Yes.
Why
Silly
did
you.
Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
I'm in. Wait. Oh, I guess I just keep... I need to go all the way.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is.
Yep.
What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Yes, immensely.
It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Okay. Now we can go up and down.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Eventually it's supposed to take me somewhere new. apparently.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office.
Who would have thought?
This absolutely changes everything for me.
Yes.
Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No! No, wait! No! I need more time to process. All right. I have fully come to terms with it.
Have you?
I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality.
I don't think you
As
have.
before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
I don't think you're ready for this, dude.
Of course. Going back down in the elevator.
Yes.
How did I not anticipate?
Don't worry, we'll be
I mean,
going back
sure,
up
now
soon.
It's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
Yes.
A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Like going up and down 10 times isn't repetitive.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment.
Oh,
Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley.
is it?
You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
Yes.
But the suspense, the
It
agony
could
of
be
waiting,
anything.
anticipating, and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
Okay.
There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley,
Yes.
it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get
Get comfy.
started.
Sit in the corner.
Where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters? Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not
Yes.
like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for
Wonder
content
which of
that makes
these
us feel
areas are
sharp and vital
places that we
and
get to stop
alive.
eventually.
That's why people like you so much, Stanley. Because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you. Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you.
Oh.
So that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
Okay.
Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
Okay.
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better.
Oh,
good.
fancy. Oh, very fancy. Look at that.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Okay.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
Okay.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means
Stanley
to
has a
craft
last
truly
name.
unpredictable narrative.
Okay.
Don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready
427.
for you. Go get 'em.
Okay, let's see what this does. Oh. The dude who came up with pizza. Wait. No, that's slightly different. For a second it looked like Pizza Time Pizza. Oh. Is that it? Yep. Well, in that case, I'm gonna call the stream here. We'll probably have another Stanley Parable stream just to tie up all the endings that I'm missing, because I'm pretty sure I'm missing a lot of endings. But until then, hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you later.